Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the narrow sea, a lone figure stood atop the highest tower of Dragonstone. The ancient fortress, carved from volcanic stone and steeped in centuries of history, seemed to come alive in the fading light. This was the moment when day surrendered to night, and the world held its breath in anticipation of the magic that twilight would bring. Lyanna, a guest of the Targaryen household, had climbed the winding stairs to witness this spectacle. Her heart raced not from exertion, but from the sheer magnificence of the view that greeted her. The sea stretched out before her, a vast expanse of shimmering water that reflected the sky's changing colors like a mirror. As she gazed out over Blackwater Bay, she felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the gentle lapping of the waves far below could reach up and soothe her very soul. The air was thick with the scent of salt and stone, a heady mixture that spoke of the island's volcanic origins and its intimate relationship with the sea. Lyanna breathed deeply, savoring the crisp evening air that carried just a hint of coolness, a welcome respite from the day's warmth. She closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the gentle sea breeze to caress her face and tangle playfully with her long, dark hair. When she opened her eyes again, the sky had deepened to a rich palette of purples and blues, with streaks of pink and orange still lingering on the horizon. The first stars were beginning to appear, twinkling faintly in the deepening twilight. Lyanna marveled at their distant beauty, feeling small yet somehow connected to the vast cosmos stretching out above her. A sudden movement caught her eye, and her breath caught in her throat. There, silhouetted against the darkening sky, were the majestic forms of dragons in flight. Their wings spread wide, catching the last rays of sunlight on their scales, creating a dazzling display of color and grace. Lyanna watched in awe as the creatures soared effortlessly through the air, their movements fluid and powerful. The largest of the dragons, its scales a deep, burnished bronze, led the formation. Its wingspan was immense, easily dwarfing the others as it glided on currents of air. Behind it flew two smaller dragons, one with scales of pale cream that seemed to glow in the fading light, and another of deep green that blended with the shadows of the approaching night. As Lyanna watched, the dragons began to perform what seemed like an intricate aerial dance. They twisted and turned in perfect harmony, their long necks arching gracefully as they spiraled higher into the sky. The sight was mesmerizing, a display of raw power tempered by an almost poetic grace. Lyanna found herself lost in the beauty of their movements, her worries and cares melting away like mist in the morning sun. The rhythmic beating of the dragon's wings created a soothing backdrop of sound, blending seamlessly with the gentle lapping of waves against the island's rocky shores. This natural symphony was occasionally punctuated by the distant cry of a seabird or the soft rustle of wind through the sparse vegetation that clung to Dragonstone's craggy landscape. As the last light faded from the sky, the dragons began to descend towards the island. Lyanna watched as they circled lower and lower, their massive forms becoming more distinct as they approached. With a grace that belied their size, the creatures alighted on a wide, flat area of rock not far from where Lyanna stood. The ground seemed to tremble slightly beneath her feet as they landed, a reminder of their immense power and weight. The bronze dragon, clearly the alpha of the group, stretched its long neck and let out a low, rumbling sound that Lyanna felt more than heard. It was not a roar, but rather a contented sort of purr that resonated through the air and stone around her. The other dragons settled beside it, folding their wings and curling their tails around themselves in a way that reminded Lyanna of nothing so much as a group of oversized, scaly cats. As she watched, a figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby tower. Even in the dim light, Lyanna could make out the telltale silver-gold hair that marked the Targaryen bloodline. The figure approached the dragons without fear, reaching out to stroke the bronze dragon's snout with a familiarity that spoke of a deep, unbreakable bond. Lyanna remained still, not wanting to intrude on this intimate moment between rider and dragon. She marveled at the trust and affection evident in every movement, every gentle touch. It was a vivid reminder of the unique connection between the Targaryens and their dragons, a bond forged in the fires of old Valyria and tempered by centuries of shared history. As the night deepened, the stars grew brighter, their light reflecting off the dragon's scales in a breathtaking display. The moon rose, a perfect silver disk that cast a gentle glow over the scene. In this ethereal light, Dragonstone took on an almost otherworldly beauty. The harsh lines of the fortress softened, and the grotesque stone gargoyles that adorned its walls seemed less fearsome and more like silent guardians watching over the island. Lyanna found herself captivated by the interplay of moonlight and shadow, the way it transformed the familiar landscape into something magical and new. The volcanic stone of the fortress, usually dark and forbidding, now gleamed with a soft, pearlescent sheen. The sea beyond sparkled like a blanket of diamonds, each wave catching and reflecting the moonlight in a constantly shifting pattern. A gentle warmth at her back made Lyanna turn. She realized that the great bronze dragon had moved closer, its massive body radiating heat like a living furnace. The creature regarded her with eyes that glowed like molten gold in the darkness, intelligence and curiosity evident in its gaze. Lyanna stood perfectly still, her heart racing not with fear, but with a profound sense of wonder. Slowly, carefully, the dragon extended its long neck, bringing its head close to Lyanna. She could feel its warm breath, scented with smoke and something indefinably wild, washing over her. With a gentleness that seemed impossible for such a massive creature, the dragon nudged her shoulder softly, as if in greeting. Lyanna raised her hand, moving with deliberate slowness, and placed it on the dragon's snout. The scales were warm and smooth beneath her palm, and she could feel the thrum of life pulsing beneath them. A sense of connection, of understanding, flowed between them. In that moment, Lyanna felt as if she could sense the dragon's thoughts and emotions, its joy in flight, its contentment and rest, its deep, abiding love for its rider. As she stood there, hand resting on the dragon's snout and gazing into its ancient eyes, Lyanna felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. All the worries and cares that had weighed on her mind seemed to melt away, insignificant in the face of this timeless moment. She understood, suddenly and completely, why the Targaryens valued their dragons so highly. These creatures were more than mounts or weapons, they were companions, confidants, an integral part of the Targaryen soul. The moment stretched on, timeless and perfect. Lyanna lost all sense of how long she stood there, connected to the dragon and through it to the very essence of Dragonstone itself. She felt as if she could remain in this state forever, suspended between earth and sky, past and present. Eventually, the dragon pulled away gently, turning its head to gaze out over the sea. Lyanna followed its gaze, taking in the beauty of the night-shrouded world around her. The moon had risen higher, casting a bright path across the water. In the distance, she could make out the faint lights of ships passing in the night, a reminder of the world beyond this magical island. As she watched, a shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of silver in its wake. Lyanna closed her eyes, making a silent wish. When she opened them again, she felt renewed, as if the star had carried away the last of her troubles and left behind only peace and contentment. The night air had grown cooler, but Lyanna barely noticed, warmed as she was by the dragon's presence and the lingering magic of the moment they had shared. She took a deep breath, filling her lungs with the crisp, salt-tinged air. As she exhaled slowly, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for this experience, for the beauty and wonder of Dragonstone, and for the unexpected connection she had formed with one of its most magnificent inhabitants. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead, Lyanna remained on the tower, a silent witness to the quiet majesty of Dragonstone after dark. The dragons settled into sleep, their massive forms curled protectively around each other, Their rhythmic breathing created a soothing backdrop of sound, blending with the eternal song of the sea. Lyanna felt no desire to leave, content to remain in this peaceful moment for as long as it lasted. She knew that come morning, the sun would rise, bringing with it a new day filled with its own wonders and challenges. But for now, in the quiet of the night, surrounded by the sleeping dragons and the ageless stones of Dragonstone, Lyanna found a perfect tranquility. Here, in this magical place where dragons soared and legends were born, she had discovered a peace she had never known before, a peace that would remain with her long after she left the island's rocky shores. Story 2. In the ancient halls of Nogrid, where the very stones whispered tales of ages past, there lived a dwarf known as Balin the Wise. His beard was as white as the snow that capped the mountains, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless years. But it was his voice, deep and melodious, that truly set him apart. For when Balin spoke, the world seemed to pause and listen. As the golden light of afternoon began to fade, casting long shadows through the ornate corridors of Nogrid, Balin made his way to his favorite corner of the great hall. It was a cozy nook, nestled between towering pillars carved with intricate knotwork patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering firelight. Here, a grand hearth stood, its warm glow a beacon in the deepening twilight. The air was rich with the comforting sense of home. The smoky aroma of pipeweed mingled with the yeasty fragrance of freshly baked bread, creating an atmosphere of warmth and welcome. As Balin settled into his well-worn chair, its leather creaking softly beneath him, the sounds of the day began to quieten. The distant clanging of hammers in the forges faded, replaced by the gentle crackling of the fire and the soft murmur of dwarves gathering for the evening meal. Young dwarflings, their eyes bright with anticipation, began to trickle into the space around Balin's chair. They came quietly, some clutching small carved toys or soft blankets, others helping to arrange cushions on the stone floor. The older dwarves, too, found their way to this corner, drawn by the promise of a tale well told. Balin's eyes twinkled as he looked out over the gathering. He took a moment to tamp down the tobacco in his pipe, the familiar ritual allowing the anticipation to build. When he finally lit it, the sweet scent of longbottom leaf wafted through the air, adding another layer to the rich tapestry of aromas. Well now, Balin began, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the very stones of Nogrid. What tale shall we hear tonight, I wonder? He paused, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe as his gaze swept over his eager audience. A small voice piped up from the front, belonging to a young dwarfling with bright copper hair. Tell us about Durin the Deathless, Master Balin. Balin chuckled, a warm, rich sound that seemed to wrap around the listeners like a comfortable blanket. Oh, young Gimli, a fine choice indeed. The tale of Durin is one that never grows old, much like the great dwarf himself. As Balin began his tale, the world outside the circle of firelight seemed to fade away. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, bringing to life the intricate carvings that adorned every surface. These were not mere decorations, but a visual history of the dwarven people, each image telling its own story. In the deeps of time, Balin intoned, when the world was young and the stars were new, all the smith created our people, and first among us was Durin, whom we call the Deathless. As he spoke, Balin's hands moved in gentle gestures, almost as if he were shaping the story from the very air. The dwarflings leaned forward, their eyes wide with wonder, while the older dwarfs nodded sagely, comforted by the familiar rhythms of the ancient tale. Durin awoke beneath the mountain, alone among all his kind. But he was not afraid, for the stone spoke to him, and the earth welcomed him as its child. The listeners could almost feel the cool touch of ancient stone, hear the whispered secrets of the deep places of the world. Balin's voice took on a deeper timbre, resonating with the weight of ages as he continued the tale. In those early days, Durin wandered the depths of the world, learning its ways and its wonders. He found caves of crystal that sang with unearthly beauty, and veins of gold that glowed like captured sunlight. A collective sigh rippled through the audience. Dwarves young and old alike lost in the vision of those magical caverns. The firelight seemed to flicker with an extra sparkle, as if reflecting those long-ago discoveries. As Balin wove his tale, the aroma of the evening meal began to permeate the air. The scent of roasted meats, hearty stews, and freshly baked pies added to the cozy atmosphere, reminding all present of the comforts of home and hearth. The story flowed on, telling of Durin's discovery of Causa Diem, the greatest of all dwarf realms. Balin's voice swelled with pride as he described the magnificent halls and delved deep into the earth, the intricate workmanship that would become the benchmark for all dwarven craftsmanship to follow. And there, in the depths of Causa Diem, Durin found a still, dark lake, Balin said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that had his audience leaning in close. Its surface was like a mirror, unmarred by any ripple or wave, and as Durin gazed into its depths, he saw a crown of stars reflected above his head. Though no light shone in that deep place, a young dwarfling gasped softly, her imagination painting the scene in vivid detail. Balin smiled gently, pausing to relight his pipe. The brief interlude allowed his listeners a moment to absorb the wonder of the image, to feel the cool stillness of that underground lake. As the tale continued, Balin spoke of the long years of Durin's reign, of the great works accomplished, and the wisdom accumulated. His words painted a picture of a golden age, when dwarven halls rang with song and laughter, and the fruits of their craft were sought after by all the peoples of Middle-earth. The fire in the hearth burned low, casting a warm, reddish glow over the gathered dwarves. Outside, night had fully fallen, but within the circle of Balin's tale, time seemed to stand still. 7 times, Balin said, his voice rich with mystery, Durin was said to be reborn among his people. 7 times he returned to guide and protect, to inspire and lead. And it is said that he will come again, when the dwarves have need of him most. As Balin's tale drew to a close, a contemplative silence fell over the gathering. The only sounds were the soft crackle of the fire and the distant, muffled noises of the mountain halls. Each dwarf, young and old, was lost in thought, imagining the grandeur of ancient days and the promise of future glory. Slowly, gently, the spell of the story began to lift. The dwarflings blinked as if waking from a dream, while the older dwarfs straightened in their seats, returning to the present moment with contented sighs. Balin puffed on his pipe, a small smile playing about his lips as he watched his audience stir. And so, he said softly, the tale of Durin is never truly ended. It lives on in each of us, in every stone we shape, every gem we polish, every song we sing in the deep places of the world. As if on cue, a low humming began to fill the air. It started with one of the older dwarves, then another joined in, and another. Soon, the entire gathering was humming an ancient dwarven melody, a wordless song that spoke of home and heritage, of stone and starlight. The young copper-haired Gimli who had requested the tale looked up at Balin with shining eyes. "Thank you, Master Balin," he said, his voice filled with awe and gratitude. Balin reached out to ruffle the young dwarf's hair affectionately. "You're welcome, young one. Remember, every time we tell these tales, we keep our history alive. We honor those who came before us and light the way for those who will follow." As the humming faded and the dwarfs began to stir, preparing to move to the great dining hall for the evening meal, there was a sense of peace and contentment in the air. The tale of Durin had reminded them all of their proud heritage, of the strength and resilience that ran in their veins like the gold seams through the heart of the mountain. Balin remained in his chair for a moment longer, watching as his listeners dispersed. The firelight caught the silver in his beard, and the gleam in his eye, a living echo of the ancient king he had just described. In that moment, it was easy to believe that the spirit of Durin truly lived on, not just in legend, but in every dwarf who called the mountains home. As the last of the dwarflings scampered off to dinner, their heads still filled with visions of starlit crowns and crystal caves, Balin finally rose from his chair. He tapped out his pipe, the embers glowing briefly before fading away. With a satisfied nod, he made his way towards the dining hall, already thinking of what tale he might share on the morrow. For in Nogrid, as in all the dwarf realms, the stories never truly ended. They simply waited, like gems in the deep, ready to be unearthed and polished anew. Story 3. In the heart of Causa Diem, where ancient stone whispered secrets of ages past, young DS stood at the threshold of her destiny. The air hummed with anticipation as she prepared to take her first steps into the hallowed halls of the mithril crafters. Her heart beat a steady rhythm, like the distant echoes of pickaxes that reverberated through the mountain's veins. DS took a deep breath, savoring the complex bouquet of scents that defined her underground home. The sharp tang of metal mingled with the earthy aroma of stone dust, underscored by the faint, sweet smell of the phosphorescent fungi that lined the cavern walls. These familiar odors grounded her, reminding her of the deep roots she shared with this place. With reverent steps, she crossed into the workshop. The change in atmosphere was immediate and palpable. The air here was warmer, suffused with the gentle heat of countless forges. It embraced her like a comforting blanket, welcoming her into this sacred space of creation. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, broken only by the soft glow of carefully placed lanterns, DS felt a sense of awe wash over her. Workbenches lined the walls, each one a testament to the skill and dedication of the dwarves who had come before her. Tools of every shape and size hung in perfect order, their well-worn handles speaking of years of use by master craftsmen. A gentle voice broke through her reverie. "Welcome, young DS," said Master Nori, his silver beard gleaming in the low light. His eyes, set deep in a face etched with laugh lines, twinkled with warmth and wisdom. "Are you ready to begin your journey with Mithril?" DS nodded, unable to find her voice for a moment. When she spoke, her words came out in a reverent whisper. "I am, Master Nori. I've dreamed of this day for so long." The old dwarf chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to resonate with the very stones around them. "Dreams are good, young one. They give us direction. But now, it's time to turn those dreams into reality." He led her to a workbench, where a small lump of raw mithril sat waiting. In the dim light of the workshop, it seemed to glow with an inner fire, its silvery surface catching and reflecting every stray beam of light. "Today," Master Nori said, "we begin with the basics. You'll learn to feel the mithril, to understand its nature before you ever lift a hammer." DS listened intently as the master craftsman began to explain the properties of mithril. His voice, low and melodious, blended with the ambient sounds of the workshop, the soft hiss of bellows, the gentle tinking of metal on metal, the low murmur of dwarves discussing their projects. As she listened, DS let her fingers explore the surface of the mithril nugget. It was cool to the touch, smoother than she had expected. As she turned it over in her hands, she began to notice subtle variations in its texture, like a hidden language waiting to be deciphered. The hours slipped by unnoticed as DS immersed herself in her first lesson. Master Nori guided her through the process of preparing the mithril for crafting, teaching her to read its structure, to understand its quirks and qualities. The gentle rhythm of work settled over the workshop like a soothing melody. DS found herself swaying slightly as she worked, her movements synchronized with the steady beat of hammers and the whisper of files against metal. As the day wore on, the workshop grew quieter. Many of the other crafters had finished their work, leaving only a handful of dedicated artisans bent over their projects. The reduction in activity allowed new sounds to emerge: the faint drip of water from somewhere deep in the mountain, the soft crackle of lantern wicks, the almost imperceptible shifting of the stone around them. Master Nori looked up from his own work, his eyes crinkling with satisfaction as he observed DS's progress. "Well done, young one," he said softly. "You have a natural touch with the mithril. Now, let's see you put it to use." He guided her through the process of sketching out a design: a simple leaf, its delicate veins a perfect showcase for the unique properties of mithril. DS bent over her workbench, her brow furrowed in concentration as she carefully transferred her vision to paper. As she worked, she became aware of a change in the workshop's atmosphere. The air seemed to shimmer with a silvery glow, growing stronger as the day shifted into evening. Looking up, she gasped softly in wonder. The mithril itself was the source of the light. As the external illumination dimmed, the precious metal began to emit a soft, ethereal radiance. It bathed the workshop in a gentle, silvery glow, turning the familiar space into something magical and otherworldly. "Ah," Master Nori said, noticing her awe. "You're witnessing one of mithril's most wondrous qualities. In darkness, it shines with its own inner light, a reminder, perhaps, that true beauty comes from within. DS nodded, too moved for words. In that moment, surrounded by the gentle glow of mithril, she felt a deep connection to her craft, to her people, to the very mountain that sheltered them. With renewed inspiration, she returned to her work. Under Master Nori's patient guidance, she began to shape the mithril, coaxing it into the form of a leaf. The metal was surprisingly responsive, almost as if it understood her intentions and sought to help bring them to life. The sound of her small hammer tapping against the mithril created a delicate melody, high and clear, that seemed to dance in the air around her. It mingled with the deeper tones of the other crafters' work, creating a symphony of creation that echoed through the halls of Khazad-diem. As she worked, DS lost all sense of time. The world narrowed to her hands, the tools and the gleaming mithril taking shape before her. She barely noticed as other crafters bid their farewells, leaving for the day. Even Master Nori's occasional words of encouragement faded into the background of her focused concentration. It wasn't until she set down her tools, flexing her fingers to ease the stiffness, that DS realized how much time had passed. The workshop was nearly empty now, the silence broken only by the soft sounds of her own breathing and the ever-present whisper of the mountain. Master Nori appeared at her side, his eyes twinkling as he examined her work. "Excellent, DS," he said warmly. "For a first attempt, this is remarkable. You have a gift, young one." DS looked down at her creation, seeing it with fresh eyes. The mithril leaf lay on her workbench, catching and reflecting the soft light around it. Its delicate veins and gently curled edges seemed almost alive, as if it might at any moment flutter away on a non-existent breeze. A sense of accomplishment washed over her, warm and comforting. This small leaf represented not just hours of work, but years of dreams and preparation. It was a first step on a journey that would last a lifetime. "Thank you, Master Nori," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "For everything." The old dwarf placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You've taken your first steps into a larger world, DS. The path of a mithril crafter is long and challenging, but I have no doubt you will walk it with grace and skill." As they prepared to leave the workshop, DS took one last look around. The mithril's glow had dimmed slightly, as if the precious metal was also preparing for rest. But there was still enough light to cast a soft, dreamy quality over the space. In that moment, DS felt a profound sense of belonging. This workshop, with its ancient tools and timeless crafts, was now a part of her story, and she was a part of its ongoing tale, another link in the long chain of dwarven crafters who had called Khazad-diem home. As she followed Master Nori out of the workshop, DS carried with her not just the physical product of her day's work, but something far more precious. She carried a renewed sense of purpose, a deeper connection to her heritage, and the quiet confidence that comes from taking the first step on a long-dreamed-of journey. The gentle glow of mithril stayed with her, a warm memory that lit her path as she made her way through the quiet halls of Khazad-diem. It whispered of future creations, of skills yet to be mastered, of a lifetime spent in pursuit of beauty and excellence. And as DS drifted off to sleep that night, her dreams were filled with shimmering silver light and the promise of wonders yet to come. Story 4. In the heart of Erebor, where the stone whispered ancient secrets and the air hummed with the echoes of dwarven industry, there lived a dwarf named Ori. Unlike many of his kin who spent their days forging metals or carving gems, Ori had found his calling in a quieter, more subtle craft, mushroom farming. As the first light of dawn began to filter through cleverly placed light shafts, Ori stirred from his slumber. The soft glow of phosphorescent fungi lining his bedchamber walls greeted him, their gentle luminescence a constant companion in the underground realm. He took a deep breath, savoring the earthy, slightly sweet aroma that permeated his living quarters, a scent that spoke of fertile soil and thriving fungal life. Ori rose slowly, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He donned his work clothes, the fabric soft and well-worn from years of use. As he dressed, he hummed a low, melodious tune, an old dwarven lullaby his mother had sung to him in his youth. The familiar melody seemed to resonate with the very stones around him, a gentle vibration that set the tone for the day ahead. With a final adjustment to his beard, neatly braided and adorned with simple wooden beads, Ori made his way out of his chambers and into the winding corridors of Erebor. The halls were quiet at this early hour, the usual clangor of forges and workshops not yet begun. His footsteps echoed softly off the intricately carved walls, each step bringing him closer to his beloved mushroom farm. As he walked, Ori's mind wandered to the day's tasks. There were new spores to check on, mature caps to harvest, and compost to turn. Each job was a labor of love, a continuation of a passion that had taken root in his heart many years ago. At last, Ori reached the entrance to his farm, a large circular door carved with intricate designs of intertwining mushrooms and roots. He placed his hand on the cool stone, feeling the connection between the living fungi and the enduring mountain. With a gentle push, the door swung open, revealing the magical world beyond. The cavern that housed Ori's mushroom farm was vast, its ceiling lost in shadows high above. But it was not the size of the space that took one's breath away. It was the ethereal beauty of what grew within. Rows upon rows of bioluminescent fungi stretched out before him, their soft glow painting the cavern in hues of gentle blue, soothing green, and warm gold. Ori paused for a moment, as he did every morning, to simply take in the sight. The mushrooms seemed to pulse with life, their light ebbing and flowing like bioluminescent tides. The air was thick with the earthy scent of rich soil and the delicate, almost floral aroma of the fungi themselves. It was a heady mixture that never failed to center Ori, connecting him to the heart of his craft. With a contented sigh, Ori began his daily routine. He moved down the rows of mushrooms, his expert eyes scanning for any signs of distress or disease. His fingers, calloused yet gentle, brushed over caps and stems, feeling for the perfect firmness that indicated readiness for harvest. As he worked, Ori hummed his lullaby, the soft notes blending seamlessly with the ambient sounds of the cavern. Water dripped in distant corners, creating a soothing background rhythm. The occasional rustle of small creatures, the bats and insects that called the cavern home, added texture to the underground symphony. Reaching a patch of newly sprouted mushrooms, Ori knelt down to examine them more closely. The tiny fungi were just beginning to push through the rich, dark soil, their caps still tightly closed. He smiled, feeling a surge of paternal pride. These were a new variety he had been cultivating, a cross between two species known for their medicinal properties. "Grow strong, little ones," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "You have important work to do." As the morning wore on, Ori lost himself in the rhythm of his tasks. He harvested mature mushrooms, gently placing them in the woven baskets he carried. He turned compost, the earthy smell rising up around him as he worked the nutrient-rich mixture. He checked on his experiments, making careful notes in a small, leather-bound journal he always carried. Time seemed to flow differently here in the quiet of the mushroom farm. There was no rush, no urgency, only the steady, patient growth of the fungi and the careful, loving attention of their caretaker. As midday approached, signaled by a subtle shift in the light filtering down from above, Ori paused in his work. He made his way to a small alcove carved into the cavern wall, where he kept a simple clay jug of water and some provisions. Settling onto a smooth stone seat, he unwrapped a package of bread and cheese, the familiar flavors accompanying counterpoint to the earthy surroundings. As he ate, Ori's gaze wandered over his domain. The soft glow of the mushrooms seemed to intensify in the dimmer midday light, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. He watched as a small bat flitted between the rows, probably hunting for insects attracted to the fungi. The delicate balance of life in this underground ecosystem never ceased to amaze him. With his simple meal finished, Ori returned to his work with renewed energy. The afternoon was devoted to some of the more intricate tasks of mushroom farming. He carefully collected spores from his most successful varieties, storing them in small, airtight containers for future use. He pruned and shaped some of the larger mushroom clusters, encouraging them to grow in aesthetically pleasing formations that were as much art as agriculture. As he worked, Ori's mind drifted to the wider world beyond his cavern. He thought of the dwarves in the forges and workshops above, crafting marvels of metal and stone. He thought of the men of Dale and the elves of Mirkwood, and how his mushrooms found their way to tables throughout the region. There was a quiet pride in knowing that his humble fungi played a part in nourishing and healing people far beyond the walls of Erebor. The day began to wane, the light from above growing dimmer. But in Ori's cavern, the changing of day to night was marked not by darkness, but by a subtle shift in illumination. As the external light faded, the bioluminescent mushrooms seemed to glow brighter, as if compensating for the loss of sunlight. Ori stood back, surveying his work for the day. Baskets of harvested mushrooms stood ready to be taken to the kitchens and healing rooms of Erebor. Newly turned compost promised future growth. Delicate new sprouts held the promise of discoveries yet to come. With a satisfied nod, Ori began to gather his tools. As he did so, he began to sing softly not the lullaby of the morning, but a different song. This was an old dwarven working song, its melody simple, but its rhythm complex. It spoke of the joy of labor, the satisfaction of a job well done, the deep connection between the dwarves and the earth that sheltered them. As Ori's rich baritone filled the cavern, something magical seemed to happen. The mushrooms, as if responding to the music, pulsed with light. Their glow ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the song, creating a visual harmony that perfectly complemented the auditory one. Ori's voice swelled, filling every corner of the vast space. He sang of roots delving deep, of life flourishing in darkness, of the endless cycle of growth and renewal. And as he sang, he felt a profound connection to his mushrooms, to the mountain, to the very essence of creation itself. As the final notes of his song faded away, Ori stood for a moment in perfect stillness. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, the silence as profound as the music had been. Then, slowly, the normal sounds of the space returned: the drip of water, the rustle of small creatures, the almost imperceptible hum of fungal growth. With a deep sense of contentment, Ori gathered his baskets of harvested mushrooms and made his way towards the exit. As he reached the great circular door, he turned for one last look at his subterranean garden. The mushrooms glowed softly in the dimness, a testament to the day's labor and a promise of tomorrow's growth. Ori smiled, his heart full of quiet joy. He stepped through the door, closing it gently behind him. As he made his way back through the halls of Erebor, the earthy scent of his mushroom farm clung to his clothes and beard, a reminder of the hidden world he tended. And as night settled over the lonely mountain, Ori carried with him a piece of his day's work, a piece as deep and enduring as the roots of the mountain itself. Story 5. Deep within the heart of the Iron Hills, where ancient stone whispered secrets of ages past, a group of dwarf friends stumbled upon a marvel that would change their lives forever. It began as an ordinary day of exploration, but fate had something extraordinary in store for Thorin, Dwalin, Balin, and DS. The quartet had been mapping a newly discovered series of tunnels, their footsteps echoing softly off the smooth stone walls. The air was cool and damp, carrying the familiar sense of earth and minerals. Thorin led the way, his lantern casting a warm, golden glow that danced across the intricate veins of ore running through the rock. As they rounded a bend, DS paused, her keen ears picking up an unfamiliar sound. "Wait," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you hear that?" The others stopped, straining to listen. At first, there was only the usual ambient noise of the underground, the distant drip of water, the soft creak of settling stone. But then, almost imperceptibly, they heard it, a gentle burbling, like a brook hidden in the depths of the mountain. Curiosity piqued, they followed the sound, their excitement growing with each step. The tunnel gradually widened, opening into a vast cavern that took their breath away. Before them lay a sight none had ever dreamed of finding beneath the mountain, a hidden hot spring. Steam rose lazily from the surface of the crystal-clear water, carrying with it the soothing scent of minerals. The pool was vast, stretching out before them like an underground lake. Its edges were lined with smooth, water-worn stones in shades of gray and blue, their surfaces glittering with tiny crystals in the light of their lantern. For a moment, the four friends stood in awe, drinking in the unexpected beauty of the scene. Then Dwalin, always the most impulsive of the group, broke the silence with a hearty laugh. "Well, what are we waiting for?" he boomed, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. "Let's test these waters." His enthusiasm was infectious. Soon, they were all shedding their heavy outer garments, leaving them in neat piles on the cavern floor. Thorin was the first to step into the water, his usual stoic expression melting into one of pure bliss as the warm water enveloped his feet. "It's perfect," he murmured, wading deeper into the pool. One by one, they entered the spring, sighs of contentment filling the air as the warm water embraced them. The temperature was ideal, hot enough to soothe tired muscles, but not so hot as to be uncomfortable. As they settled into the water, they could feel the tension of countless days of hard work begin to melt away. Balin, the eldest of the group, leaned back against a smooth boulder, his white beard floating on the surface of the water. "You know," he said thoughtfully, "I've heard tales of hidden hot springs in the deep places of the world, but I never thought I'd see one with my own eyes." DS nodded, her eyes closed in blissful relaxation. "It's like something out of a legend," she agreed. "Can you imagine what the others will say when we tell them about this?" For a while, they simply soaked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of water against stone and the soft burble of the spring. Steam continued to rise from the surface, creating a dreamy, otherworldly atmosphere in the cavern. As they relaxed, they became aware of other, subtler details of their surroundings. Tiny luminescent crystals dotted the cavern ceiling, twinkling like stars in the dim light. The walls of the cavern were smooth and curved, as if carved by countless years of gently flowing water. Here and there, small rivulets trickled down the rock face, adding their voices to the soothing symphony of the hot spring. Thorin, ever the leader, was the first to break the companionable silence. "We should explore the edges of the pool," he suggested, his voice soft but carrying easily in the quiet cavern. There might be other wonders to discover. With lazy, contented movements, they began to paddle around the perimeter of the spring. As they moved, they discovered small alcoves and ledges perfect for sitting and soaking. In one corner, they found a spot where a warm current bubbled up from the depths, creating a natural jacuzzi effect. Dwalin, always one for a bit of fun, initiated a game of seeing who could hold their breath the longest underwater. Their laughter echoed off the cavern walls as they emerged, sputtering and grinning like dwarflings at play. As they explored, Balin's sharp eyes spotted something glittering beneath the water's surface. Reaching down, he retrieved a handful of smooth, polished stones in various shades of blue and green. "Look at these," he said, holding them up for the others to see. The water must have been working on them for ages to make them so smooth. They spent some time collecting the prettiest stones, imagining the beautiful jewelry and decorations they could create with them. It was a peaceful activity, requiring just enough focus to be engaging without being stressful. As the hours passed, marked only by the steady drip of water and their own internal sense of time, they found themselves talking of many things. Old stories were retold, childhood memories shared, and dreams for the future discussed. In the warm embrace of the spring, all the usual barriers and formalities seemed to melt away, leaving only the core of their deep friendship. DS, always the most observant of the group, noticed a change in the quality of light filtering down from above. "I think it must be getting late," she said softly. "We should probably think about heading back soon." There were murmurs of reluctant agreement. None of them wanted to leave this peaceful oasis, but they knew they had responsibilities waiting for them back in the main halls of the Iron Hills. As they prepared to leave, they made a pact to keep the location of the hot spring a secret, at least for now. This would be their special place, a retreat from the cares and worries of everyday life. Slowly, they emerged from the water, the cool air of the cavern raising goosebumps on their skin. They dried off with the soft cloths they always carried in their packs, then redressed in their now slightly damp clothes. Before they left, they stood for a moment at the edge of the pool, taking in the sight one last time. The steam still rose gently from the surface, the water glimmered invitingly, and the soft sounds of the spring filled the air. "We'll come back soon," Thorin promised, his voice filled with quiet certainty. As they made their way back through the winding tunnels, they carried with them more than just the memory of their discovery. They carried a deep sense of peace and relaxation, a renewed bond of friendship, and the exciting knowledge of a secret paradise hidden within their mountain home. The journey back seemed shorter somehow, their steps lighter despite their fatigue. They emerged into the main halls of the Iron Hills just as the evening meal was being prepared, the familiar sense of hearty dwarven cuisine filling the air. That night, as they sat around the communal dining table with their kin, they shared secret smiles. Their skins still tingled pleasantly from the mineral-rich water, and a sense of calm contentment lingered in their hearts. As they retired to their chambers, each of them knew that their lives had been subtly but irrevocably changed by their discovery. The hidden hot spring would always be there, a secret sanctuary within the mountain, ready to offer its soothing embrace whenever they needed it. Thorin was the last to drift off to sleep that night. As he lay in his bed, he could almost hear the gentle burble of the spring, feel the warm water lapping at his skin. He smiled to himself in the darkness, already looking forward to the next time they could steal away to their private paradise. And so, deep in the heart of the Iron Hills, the hidden hot spring continued its timeless existence. The water flowed, the steam rose, and the tiny luminescent crystals twinkled on the cavern ceiling, waiting patiently for the return of the four friends who had discovered its magic. Story 6. High atop the lonely mountain, where the air grew thin and crisp, a young dwarf named Gimli Stoneheart found her calling among the stars. On this particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Gimli's excitement bubbled within her chest. Tonight was the night she would finally complete her star map, a project that had consumed her thoughts for many moons. The winding path up the mountainside was familiar to Gimli's sturdy feet. She had traversed it countless times, her arms laden with scrolls, charcoal, and her prized telescope. The smooth stone beneath her soles seemed to welcome her, as if the very mountain recognized her dedication to unraveling the mysteries of the night sky. As she climbed, the sense of the world below wafted up to greet her. The earthy aroma of pine needles mingled with the sweet fragrance of heather carried on the gentle breeze. It was a comforting smell, one that reminded Gimli of home, even as she ventured far above the bustling halls of Erebor. The young astronomer paused for a moment, her breath coming in small puffs of mist in the cooling air. She turned to look out over the landscape spread before her. The last rays of sunlight gilded the treetops of Mirkwood in the distance, transforming the forest into a sea of golden leaves. Closer to the mountain's base, the long lake shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the sky's fading light. With a contented sigh, Gimli resumed her climb. The weight of her telescope was a familiar comfort on her back, its metal fittings clinking softly with each step. In her hands, she clutched a roll of parchment, her nearly completed star map, the culmination of years of patient observation and meticulous note-taking. As the last vestiges of daylight faded, Gimli finally reached her destination. The Stargazer's Perch, as she had come to call it, was a natural plateau near the mountain's peak. It offered an unobstructed view of the sky in all directions, making it the perfect spot for her celestial observations. The plateau was not large, perhaps 20 paces across at its widest point, but it was more than enough space for Gimli and her equipment. The ground was relatively flat, with a few scattered boulders providing convenient seats and surfaces for her work. Gimli set down her telescope and unfurled her star map on a flat-topped boulder. The parchment crinkled softly as she smoothed it out, weighing down the corners with small, polished stones she had collected over the years. Each one held a memory, a particularly clear night, a shooting star, the discovery of a new constellation. As she worked, the stars began to appear overhead, twinkling into existence one by one. It was a gradual process, like watching a masterpiece slowly reveal itself. First came the brightest stars, bold points of light punctuating the deepening blue of the sky. Then, as true night fell, more and more stars emerged, filling the heavens with their soft, silvery glow. Gimli took a moment to simply stand and marvel at the sight. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the majesty of the night sky never failed to fill her with wonder. The vastness of it all, the countless pinpricks of light stretching as far as the eye could see, made her feel simultaneously small and connected to something greater than herself. A cool breeze ruffled Gimli's beard, carrying with it the crisp scent of approaching autumn. She took a deep breath, savoring the clean mountain air. It was invigorating, clearing her mind and sharpening her senses for the task ahead. With practiced movements, Gimli began to set up her telescope. The instrument was a marvel of dwarven craftsmanship, a gift from her father on the day she had announced her intention to study the stars. Its brass fittings gleamed in the starlight as she carefully assembled the pieces, each one sliding into place with a satisfying click. As she worked, Gimli hummed softly to herself, an old dwarven melody about the creation of the world. The tune seemed to blend with the quiet sounds of the night, the whisper of the wind through distant pines, the occasional call of a night bird, the almost imperceptible creaking of the mountain itself as it cooled in the night air. With her telescope assembled, Gimli settled onto a smooth boulder and peered through the eyepiece. The stars leapt into focus, brighter and more numerous than could be seen with the naked eye. She began her observations, carefully noting the position of each star and comparing it to her map. Time seemed too slow as Gimli lost herself in her work. The gentle scratch of her charcoal on parchment and the soft clinking of the telescope as she adjusted it became a soothing rhythm. She moved from constellation to constellation, filling in the last blank spaces on her map with careful precision. As the night deepened, the air grew cooler. Gimli paused in her work to wrap herself in a warm cloak she had brought for this purpose. The fabric was soft against her skin, infused with the comforting sense of home smoke from the great forges, the earthiness of stone, and a hint of the herbs her mother used in cooking. Wrapped in this cocoon of warmth and familiar smells, Gimli returned to her stargazing with renewed focus. She tracked the slow movement of the stars across the sky, marveling at the cosmic dance that had captivated her since childhood. In the depths of the night, when the moon had risen high overhead, casting a soft, silvery light across the plateau, Gimli made a discovery. There, in a space she had previously thought empty, she spotted a faint star. It was barely visible, even through her telescope, but it was undeniably there. Excitement bubbled up in Gimli's chest, but it was a quiet sort of joy, one that spread through her like the warmth of a hearth fire. She carefully marked the star's position on her map, already imagining the stories she might craft about this newly discovered celestial body. As she worked, a shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Gimli paused to watch its journey, reminded of an old dwarven saying that such stars were the spirits of great craftsmen, racing across the heavens in search of new materials for their cosmic forge. The night wore on, and Gimli's map grew more and more complete. She worked steadily, pausing occasionally to flex her fingers or take a sip of water from the flask she had brought. The task was engrossing, but not taxing. There was a meditative quality to the repetitive actions of observing, noting, and adjusting her telescope. In the hour before dawn, when the stars began to fade and the eastern sky lightened almost imperceptibly, Gimli made the final mark on her map. She sat back, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over her. The completed star map lay before her, a testament to her patience, skill, and dedication. Gimli carefully rolled up the parchment, securing it with a length of soft leather cord. She would present it to the master astronomer upon her return to Erebor, but for now, it was hers alone, a personal triumph to savor in the quiet of the mountain night. With her work complete, Gimli turned her attention to the approaching dawn. She packed away her telescope and settled onto her favorite boulder to watch the day break over Middle-earth. The sky slowly transformed, deep blue giving way to softer hues of pink and gold. The stars faded one by one, bidding farewell until the next nightfall. A gentle mist rose from the forests below, catching the first rays of sunlight and turning the landscape into a sea of gold and silver. As the sun crested the horizon, bathing the lonely mountain in warm light, Gimli felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. She had accomplished what she set out to do, adding her own small contribution to the vast repository of dwarven knowledge. With the new day dawning, Gimli began to gather her belongings for the descent back to Erebor. Her steps were light as she started down the mountain path, her mind still filled with the wonders she had witnessed during the night. The completed star map was safely tucked away in her pack, but Gimli knew that her journey of discovery was far from over. There would always be more to learn, more to observe, more to understand about the vast tapestry of stars that stretched over Middle-earth. As she made her way home, Gimli's heart was full of gratitude for the mountain that provided her perch, for the stars that guided her quest for knowledge, and for the dwarven heritage that valued such pursuits. She looked forward to many more nights on her stargazer's perch, continuing to unlock the secrets of the heavens, one star at a time. Story 7. In the heart of the Blue Mountains, where ancient stone met the sky and dwarven ingenuity thrived, there lay a secret known to few outside the halls of Belagos. Deep within the mountain's embrace, past winding corridors and grand halls, existed a sanctuary of knowledge that defied the passage of time itself, the timeless library of Belagos. As the first rays of dawn painted the mountain peaks in hues of gold and amber, Diaz, daughter of Thrin, made her way through the bustling corridors of Belagos. Her dark hair, intricately braided and adorned with silver beads, swayed gently with each step. Her eyes, a deep blue reminiscent of sapphires, sparkled with anticipation. Today was a special day, for she had finally been granted permission to enter the timeless library, a privilege reserved for only the most dedicated scholars and leaders of dwarven society. The sounds of daily life in Belagos gradually faded as DS descended deeper into the mountain. The air grew cooler, carrying with it a subtle fragrance of old parchment and ink. The stone walls, polished smooth by countless hands over millennia, seemed to glow with an inner light. Intricate patterns of gold and mithril were inlaid into the rock, telling stories of great deeds and ancient wisdom. As she rounded a final corner, DS found herself facing an immense set of doors, their surface a masterpiece of dwarven craftsmanship. Scenes of learning and discovery were etched into the metal, dwarves poring over scrolls, examining crystals, and charting the movements of stars. At the center of it all was an open book, its pages seeming to ripple as if caught in a gentle breeze. Taking a deep breath, DS placed her hand upon the door. To her amazement, it swung open silent, as if welcoming her home. The sight that greeted her was beyond anything she had imagined. The timeless library was a vast circular chamber, its domed ceiling so high that it disappeared into shadows. Bookshelves of dark, polished wood lined the walls, stretching from floor to ceiling and filled with tomes of every size and color imaginable. Spiraling staircases of wrought iron connected multiple levels, their railings adorned with delicate lanterns that cast a warm, golden glow throughout the space. In the center of the chamber stood an enormous crystal, its facets refracting light in a mesmerizing dance of colors. This was the heart of knowledge, a legendary artifact said to contain the collective wisdom of all dwarven kind. Around it, arranged in concentric circles, were reading areas furnished with plush chairs, intricately carved desks, and softly glowing lamps. As DS took in the wonder before her, she became aware of the library's unique ambience. The air was filled with a gentle hum, as if the very knowledge contained within the books was vibrating with life. Soft whispers seemed to echo from distant corners, the ghosts of countless scholars engaged in eternal discourse. And beneath it, all was a profound sense of peace and timelessness. "Welcome, Lady DS," came a warm, melodious voice. Turning, DS found herself face to face with Nori, the venerable keeper of the timeless library. The old dwarf's silver beard flowed like a waterfall, and his eyes twinkled with the light of countless stars. "I see the library has already begun to speak to you," DS nodded, unable to find words to express the awe she felt. Nori smiled knowingly and gestured for her to follow. As they walked deeper into the chamber, DS noticed details she had missed in her initial wonderment. Comfortable reading nooks were tucked away between bookshelves, offering cozy retreats for deep study. Delicate mobiles hung from the ceiling, their crystals and metalwork catching the light and creating ever-changing patterns on the floor. Nori led DS to a section of the library dedicated to the history of Belagos. "Here," he said, his voice gentle yet filled with pride, "you'll find the chronicles of our people, from the founding of our great city to the present day." As DS ran her fingers along the spines of ancient tomes, she felt a change come over her. The outside world seemed to fade away, replaced by a profound sense of connection to her heritage and the accumulated wisdom of generations. The cool touch of leather bindings and the subtle scent of aged parchment enveloped her senses, grounding her in the present moment while simultaneously linking her to the past. Selecting a volume that caught her eye, Dia settled into a nearby chair. Its cushions seemed to mold to her form, providing perfect support as she opened the book. The pages crackled softly as she turned them, revealing beautifully illuminated text and intricate illustrations. She found herself lost in tales of dwarven ingenuity, of great halls carved from living rock, and of artifacts crafted with such skill they seemed to possess a life of their own. Time flowed differently in the timeless library. What might have been hours or days passed in a blur of focused reading and quiet contemplation. DS moved from book to book, her thirst for knowledge growing with each page turn. She explored histories, delved into ancient lore, and marveled at technical diagrams of dwarven inventions long lost to time. As she completed another volume, a fascinating treatise on the magical properties of various gems, DS became aware of a change in the library's atmosphere. The light from the crystal at the chamber's center had softened, casting a warm, golden glow reminiscent of sunset. The whispers that had been a constant background presence seemed to have quieted, as if the library itself was preparing for rest. Nori appeared at DS's side, his eyes twinkling with approval as he glanced at the stack of books she had accumulated. "You have a keen mind and a true love of learning," he said warmly. "But even the most eager scholar must rest. Come, let me show you something special." The librarian led DS to a secluded alcove tucked away in a corner of the chamber. Here, a small fountain burbled softly, its waters glowing with an inner light. The sound of the water was soothing, a gentle counterpoint to the quiet rustle of pages and the soft creaking of shelves. "This is the font of inspiration," Nori explained, his voice filled with reverence. "Its waters are said to be blessed by All himself, infused with the essence of creativity and wisdom. Many of our greatest thinkers and artisans have found enlightenment here." DS cupped her hands and brought the cool water to her lips. The effect was immediate and profound. Her mind, buzzing with all she had learned, seemed to quiet and clarify. Ideas that had been just out of reach suddenly crystallized, and connections between disparate pieces of information became apparent. As she straightened, she noticed a series of comfortable chaise lounges arranged near the fountain. "Rest here for a while," Nori suggested. "Let the knowledge you've gained settle into your bones. When you're ready, the books will be waiting." As DS reclined on one of the lounges, she felt a profound sense of peace envelop her. The whispers of the library, once a constant murmur, now seemed to form a gentle lullaby. They spoke of ages past and wisdom yet to be discovered, of the deep magic that ran through stone and word, and of the joy of learning that was the birthright of every dwarf. DS's eyes grew heavy, but she fought to keep them open, not wanting to miss a moment of this magical experience. The play of light through the crystal heart of knowledge created ever-changing patterns on the library's domed ceiling, like stars wheeling in a stone sky. The scent of old books and fresh ink mingled with the crisp aroma from the font of inspiration, creating a unique fragrance that DS knew would forever remind her of this moment. As sleep finally began to claim her, DS reflected on the day's experiences. She had come to the timeless library eager to learn, but unsure of what she might find. Now, cradled in the heart of dwarven knowledge, surrounded by the whispers of countless generations of scholars, she felt a sense of purpose deeper than any she had ever known. In the timeless library of Belagost, DS, daughter of Drin, had found more than just a repository of information. She had discovered a sanctuary for her curious spirit, a place where the accumulated wisdom of the dwarves lived on in eternal vibrancy. As she drifted off to sleep, the young dwarf knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever role she might play in the future of her people, she would always carry with her the peace and inspiration she had found in this magical place. The whispers of the library softened to a lullaby, promising dreams filled with knowledge and the quiet joy of discovery. And as DS slept, the crystal heart of knowledge pulsed gently. The waters of the font of inspiration flowed in their eternal cycle, and the great wheel of dwarven wisdom continued to turn, as it had for ages past and would for ages yet to come. Story 8. In the heart of the Blue Mountains, where stone met sky and dwarven ingenuity thrived, there lay a secret known to few outside the halls of Thorin's people. Deep beneath the bustling corridors and grand chambers of the dwarven stronghold, past winding staircases and hidden passages, existed a sanctuary of relaxation and rejuvenation, the legendary dwarven bathhouse of Thorin's halls. As the last echoes of the day's work faded from the upper levels, Lee, sister son of Thorin Oakenshield, made his way through the torch-lit corridors of the mountain home. His golden hair, intricately braided and adorned with silver clasps, caught the flickering light as he moved. His blue eyes, reminiscent of clear mountain lakes, gleamed with anticipation. Today marked a special occasion, for he had finally been granted access to the fabled bathhouse, a privilege reserved for those who had proven their worth to the community. The sounds of hammers on anvils and the bustle of dwarven life gradually diminished as Lee descended deeper into the mountain. The air grew warmer, carrying with it a subtle hint of mineral-rich steam and aromatic herbs. The walls around him, hewn from living rock by the skilled hands of his ancestors, seemed to pulse with an inner warmth. Veins of precious metals glinted in the soft light, hinting at the treasures that lay hidden within the mountain's embrace. As he rounded a final corner, Lee found himself facing an archway unlike any he had seen before. The stone here had been carved with exquisite care, depicting scenes of water and renewal, flowing rivers, gentle waterfalls, and at the center, a stylized representation of all, the Maker, blessing the waters with his hammer. Taking a deep breath, Lee stepped through the archway. The sight that greeted him was beyond anything he had imagined. The dwarven bathhouse was a vast cavern, its ceiling so high that wisps of steam swirled and danced in the upper reaches. Pools of various sizes and shapes were scattered throughout the space, their waters shimmering in hues of blue, green, and even a mesmerizing purple. The air was thick with warm, fragrant steam, carrying the sense of herbs and minerals that spoke of healing and relaxation. As Lee's eyes adjusted to the misty environment, he became aware of the bathhouse's unique ambience. The gentle sound of flowing water filled the air, punctuated by the occasional splash or contented sigh from other bathers. Soft light emanated from carefully placed crystals, casting a warm, golden glow throughout the cavern. "Welcome, young prince," came a melodious voice from nearby. Turning, Lee found himself face to face with Dory, the venerable master of the bathhouse. The older dwarf's silver hair was immaculately styled, and his eyes held the serene wisdom of one who had spent a lifetime tending to the well-being of others. "I see the waters are already calling to you." Lee nodded, words failing him in the face of such wonder. Dory smiled knowingly and gestured for the young dwarf to follow. As they walked deeper into the cavern, Lee noticed details he had missed in his initial awe. Intricate mosaics decorated the floors and walls, depicting scenes from dwarven history and mythology. Comfortable benches and reclining chairs were scattered throughout the space, offering places for quiet contemplation between soaks. Dory led Lee to a modestly sized pool near the center of the cavern. Its waters glowed with a soft blue-green light, and tendrils of steam rose gently from the surface. "This," he said, his voice filled with pride, "is the pool of renewal. Its waters are infused with minerals from the deepest parts of the mountain, said to soothe aching muscles and rejuvenate the spirit." As Lee slipped into the warm waters, he felt a change come over him. The outside world seemed to fade away, replaced by a profound sense of relaxation and peace. The water enveloped him like a warm embrace, its mineral-rich composition seeming to draw the tension from his body with each passing moment. Dory instructed Lee on the proper way to enjoy the bathhouse, explaining the different pools and their unique properties. His words flowed as smoothly as the waters around them, perfectly in tune with the tranquil atmosphere of the cavern. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the dwarven bathhouse. What might have been hours or mere minutes passed as Lee moved from pool to pool, experiencing the unique qualities of each. He soaked in waters that fizzes with natural carbonation, leaving his skin tingling and refreshed. He reclined in a pool of rich, purple water that smelled of lavender and chamomile, feeling stress he didn't even know he carried melt away. Between soaks, Lee took time to rest on the comfortable benches, sipping herbal teas prepared by the attentive bathhouse attendants. He watched as other dwarves, some he recognized and others strangers to him, enjoyed the waters. There was a sense of community here, but also of peaceful solitude, each person free to enjoy the experience in their own way. As the day progressed, F. Lee became aware of a subtle shift in the bathhouse's atmosphere. The light from the crystals had softened, taking on warmer hues reminiscent of a gentle sunset. The steam in the air seemed to thicken, carrying with it new, soothing scents. "Ah, it's time for the evening herbs," Dory explained, appearing at F. Lee's side with a small basket. "This is a special blend, young prince. It promotes deep relaxation and peaceful sleep." Dory sprinkled a mixture of dried herbs onto the surface of the nearest pool. As they made contact with the water, they released a fresh, soothing aroma that filled the air. F. Lee found himself drawn to the pool, slipping into its warm embrace with a contented sigh. The effect of the herbs was almost immediate. F. Lee felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, deeper than anything he had experienced before. His muscles, already loosened by hours in the healing waters, seemed to melt into a state of perfect ease. His mind, usually filled with the concerns of his position and responsibilities, grew quiet and peaceful. As he floated in the herb-infused waters, F. Lee became aware of a soft, melodious sound echoing through the cavern. Opening his eyes, he saw Dory and several other bathhouse attendants positioned around the space, singing a traditional dwarven relaxation song. Their voices blended in perfect harmony, the low, resonant tones seeming to vibrate through the water itself. F. Lee let his eyes drift closed again, allowing the combination of warm water, soothing herbs, and gentle music to carry him into a state of deep tranquility. He felt as though he were floating not just in water, but in a sea of perfect peace. As the song drew to a close, F. Lee reluctantly pulled himself from the pool. His body felt lighter than air, yet somehow deeply grounded. Dory appeared with a warm, fluffy towel, wrapping it around the young prince's shoulders. "How do you feel, Prince F. Lee?" Dory asked, his voice soft and caring. "I feel renewed," F. Lee replied, surprised at the calm steadiness of his own voice. "As if I could face any challenge that comes my way." Dory smiled, a twinkle in his eye. "That, young prince, is the true magic of the bathhouse. It doesn't just relax the body, it refreshes the spirit and strengthens the will. Carry this feeling with you and return whenever you need to find it again." As F. Lee prepared to leave, gathering his clothes and making his way towards the exit, he paused for one last look at the wondrous cavern. The pools shimmered in the soft light, steam rising in graceful tendrils towards the distant ceiling. The gentle sound of flowing water and contented sighs filled the air, a soothing lullaby that he knew would echo in his dreams. In the dwarven bathhouse of Thorin's halls, hidden deep within the Blue Mountain, F. Lee had found more than just a place of physical relaxation. He had discovered a sanctuary for his spirit, a place where the cares of the world could be washed away, leaving only peace and renewal in their wake. As he ascended the stairs back to the familiar halls of his home, the young prince knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever responsibilities he might face, he would always carry with him the deep sense of tranquility he had found in this magical place. And as F. Lee emerged into the bustling corridors of Thorin's halls, the soothing warmth of the bathhouse still clinging to his skin, the great wheel of dwarven life continued to turn. But now, thanks to the healing waters and the wisdom of those who tended them, it turned just a little more smoothly, a little more peacefully, ready to face whatever the future might bring.